of the Maplewood Economic Development Authority. So I'll call the meeting in order. Is there a roll call? Ms. Sind?
Yes. Commissioner Smith?
Here.
Commissioner Abrams?
Here.
Commissioner Juniman?
Here.
Commissioner Neblett?
Here.
President Knudsen?
Here. So in our deliberation tonight, will go in this order. Commissioner Neblett, Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Abrams, Commissioner Juniman, and then President Knudsen. So can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved. Excuse me, we have to improve the agenda.
Oh.
Sorry. Okay. I move approve the agenda. Second.
Moved by Commissioner Juniman, second by Commissioner Neblett to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Commissioner Neblett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Abrams?
Aye.
Commissioner Juniman?
Aye.
And President Knudsen votes aye as well. We have a motion to approve the minutes. From
So
September.
moved. Second.
I didn't know if I heard that right. Moved by Commissioner Juniman?
No, Neblett.
Neblett. Seconded by Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Let's go ahead with the vote. Commissioner Neblett?
Aye.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Abrams?
Aye.
Commissioner Juniman?
Aye.
The president votes aye as well. We have no public hearing tonight. We have unfinished business. Resolution approving the CARES grants to liquor license holders. And there was a new document sent out earlier. I hope we all had a chance to see it.
Yes.
Okay. Who's presenting? Ms. Paulseth, are you presenting this?
Thank you, President Knudsen. Just very quickly, this is more of a formality since the City Council already allocated funding for the liquor license, what we're calling liquor license refunds from the CARES grant. As the federal guidance is still evolving on the CARES grant, even though the time frame has passed, the last guidance we got was about 2 weeks ago. And in speaking with our auditor, we walked through all of our expenditures with our auditors in advance just to make sure that there were no problems and everything was fine, but he did recommend that the EDA sort of codify the City Council's action since he felt that it could be viewed as a business, a business grant. So that's what the resolution that you're considering tonight is, to just codify that action that the City Council already took and approve those liquor license refunds to the license holders.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Is there any questions or discussion? So with that, we need a motion, and it will be for that updated list that was provided by Ms. Sint.
I move to adopt the resolution approving CARES funding grants in the total amount of $27,888.99 to Maplewood liquor license holders as amended.
Second.
Thank you.
Moved by Commissioner Neblett, seconded by Commissioner Juniman. I'm sorry.
I guess I'd like a point of maybe clarification.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the two amendments that were sent out have to do with the issuance of liquor licenses that will come up before the council under the consent agenda during the council meeting.
Okay,
Necessarily CARES grants.
Mr. President, this is Ron Beatty. That's correct.
thank
Oh, so
you.
there's no need to, for the amendment?
Correct. So do
Okay.
you want,
I'll
Point of
withdraw my
order.
motion and make a different one. How about that? I'll just say it like it's like I can read it right in front of me. I move to adopt the resolution approving CARES funding grants in the total amount of $27,888.99 to Maplewood liquor license holders.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Neblett, seconded by Commissioner Juniman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go for the vote. Commissioner Neblett,
Yes, yes. I don't know.
Commissioner Smith,
I am also here and also
Commissioner Abrams,
I'm here too,
Yeah.
and I vote aye.
Commissioner Juniman,
Like they all said, I'm here and I.
and the president votes aye. And apologize, I read that email just before the meeting and it seemed to square. Okay. We have new business tonight. The Economic Development Authority meeting schedule. We saw that. Yep, Mr. Thompson, are you going to present that or should?
Certainly, Mr. President, Commissioners. So we are just, as we did last year, just recommending that the EDA establish its regular meetings for 2021 at a similar schedule with meetings in January, April, July, September, and December, with each of those meeting dates corresponding to the same evening as the first monthly meeting of the council. Certainly, as we have done, there is the ability to schedule special meetings throughout the course of the year should EDA business come forward, but we are recommending the adoption of that meeting calendar for 2021.
Thank you. Any discussion by the commissioner? Any questions? If not, we'll call for a motion.
I move to approve the 2021 Economic Development Authority meeting schedule with meetings on January 11, April 12, July 12, September 13, and December 13.
Is there a second?
Second by Abrams.
Moved by Commissioner Juniman, second by Commissioner Abrams. Any further discussion? Let's call for the vote. Commissioner Neblett,
Aye.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Abrams,
Aye.
Commissioner Juniman.
Aye.
The president votes aye as well. Okay, we have coming up next on our new business is intent to close the meeting. Beatty, do we do anything special we need a motion for that?
Mr. President, yes, this is Ron Beatty.
Get up,
You need a motion. I think it's in your agenda, on your agenda.
Do we
I
not have to?
will move to close the meeting pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13D.05 Subdivision 3C to discuss sale of properties at 1375 Frost Avenue East and 1900 Clarence Street North and 2501 London Lane East.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Abrams, seconded by Commissioner Juniman for intent to close the meeting. Any further discussion? Let's call for the vote. Commissioner Neblett,
Aye.
Commissioner Smith,
aye.
Commissioner Abrams,
Aye.
Commissioner Juniman,
Aye.
and President Knutson votes aye as well. So we see on our agenda, there's a new Zoom meeting. Let's adjourn and move on to that closed meeting.
Okay.
of the year. This is Monday, December 14th, 2020. And tonight I wanted to start out our council meeting with a quite delightful letter that I got from a 10-year-old resident. I got a Christmas card from this resident, and I'm going to read the letter. A little clue about the letter. This just goes to show that Maplewood is a green city, and that our residents get that message. So here is the letter from this 10-year-old resident. Dear Mayor Abrams, I admit that I did something wrong, and that the thing is I threw a plastic bottle into the storm drain. I wanted to tell you I'm very sorry for doing what I did. I also want you to know that I'm only 10 years old, but I do know better. So I shouldn't have done that, but to make it up, I'm going to do what I have to. And that something is I'm going to go in my backyard and pick up all the trash that is lying around. I'm also not going to throw any plastic bottles or any garbage in the storm drain ever again. I will make you proud. I also hope that you write me back sometime when you are off duty as the noble mayor. I bet that is a very hard job and you take it very seriously and you do an amazing job at it. He then goes on to give me his address and says, again, I am very, very sorry. I won't do it again. And to prevent that from happening again, I'm not just going to say this and do it either. I'm going to do what I said I would. I'm going to stop and think what I'm doing and stop my actions and say, would the world be okay with this? Again, my address is, and then he gives me his address. Thanks for reading. I hope you have a good rest of your day and a great, wonderful life. Sincerely.
I love it. I love it.
Hire him.
Yes. He needs to be our new green coordinator.
Absolutely.
Mayor, Mayor, I'd just like to say that's not only a great kid, but it's also great parents.
Yes.
Exactly. Exactly. And so I want you to know that I did send him back a letter, a card, and I'm inviting him to a council meeting to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good.
We are able to reconvene and then you can all meet him. So I thought that was really a very special Christmas card and letter that I got this week.
Very cool.
Indeed.
Yeah. So with that, then let us start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you all rise, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The order tonight that we're going to use is going to be Councilmember Juniman, Councilmember Smith, Councilmember Knutson, and Councilmember Neblett in that order. City Clerk Sint, would you please do the roll call for us?
Councilmember Smith,
Here.
Councilmember Neblett,
Here.
Councilmember Knutson,
Here.
Councilmember Juniman,
Here.
Mayor Abrams.
I'm here as well. First item on our agenda tonight is to approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
So
I
moved.
Whoops. Second.
Moved by Neblett, seconded by Juniman. The motion to approve the agenda. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Juniman.
I have one council presentation.
Okay, what is that?
It's holiday lights.
Okay,
It wouldn't be Christmas without it.
that is true. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, then let's vote. Councilmember Juniman,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Knutson,
Aye.
Councilmember Neblett,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. Moving on to approval of the minutes for our November 23rd, 2020 City Council meeting. Is there a motion?
So
I move
moved.
approval.
Moved by Neblett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Juniman. The motion to approve the November 23rd, 2020 City Council meeting minutes. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, then let's go to a vote. Councilmember Juniman,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Knutson,
Aye.
and Councilmember Neblett.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. The minutes are approved. Moving on to appointments and presentations, our council calendar update, City Manager Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. The calendar for the rest of the month of December is that we will not be having any scheduled meetings for the remainder of the year. So happy holidays, everyone. On January 11th, we will be doing our oath of office for Mayor Abrams and newly elected Rebecca Cave and Nikki Villavicencio and Bill Knutson. We will also be doing the council appointments, and those are where the mayor works with the council to assign the boards and commissions and other partners that you would be the liaison for. In addition to that, on January 25th, we will have feasibility studies for our two street projects in 2021, and also reports from our task force from the Nature Center group and also from the Park and Recreation Task Force. And Mayor, now is the time if there's anything that you'd like staff to look into or get you some information on, that would be the time to solicit comments from the council. Otherwise, I'm finished with my report. Thank you very much.
Mayor, you're on mute. Are you talking?
Thank you, Councilmember Neblett. I was. It sounded so good. I'll try it again. Thank you, City Manager Coleman, for that report. Are there any other council additions or comments that you'd like to make to add at this time? Councilmember Juniman.
Yes, well, we're breaking the habit because we have to because of the pandemic. We will not be collecting old holiday lights this year, but people can take them to the recycling center on Empire Drive, which is down, well, not too far from the Capitol, and have them recycled there. But we will not have a drop off at City Hall this year. So I just want people to be aware of that so they don't bring them and are angry when they can't leave them. So for 1 year, we're not able to do that. Sorry.
Okay. Anything
Mayor,
else?
may I make a comment?
Yes, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing too, as a proud South Maplewoodian, just wanted to make the point too, we do have reciprocity with Washington County. So if you do live in South Maplewood, you can also take things out to the Washington County Recycling Center in Woodbury as well.
Cool.
Oh, thank you for that. Councilmember Knutson.
No comments.
Okay, and Councilmember Neblett.
None, nothing. Thank you, Mayor.
But
Okay,
in the same vein, Mayor, as we're talking about holiday lights, I don't know about your neighborhoods, but mine there are many more lovely holiday lights this year. Perhaps
Mine
because people are
too.
home- because people are home, perhaps. But
Yep.
since you
I
can't
have
go to
noticed that.
social things, it might not be bad some evening to go for a drive and go through the neighborhoods and look at the lovely lights that people have bothered to put up.
Yep.
It's very cheery.
It's
It is.
beautiful.
Good idea. Thank you.
Mhm.
Moving on, the next item is progress report from the Nature Center Task Force and Parks and Rec Programming Task Force. Mr. Sable, this is yours for presentation tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Mike Sable, Assistant City Manager and HR Director. As you know, earlier this year, the city, in response to COVID, eliminated the access to the Nature Center building and recreation, parks and recreation programming. And the City Council in July of this year directed staff to convene a group of residents for both the Nature Center and for recreation or parks and recreation programming to talk about ways to evaluate the services and find an opportunity to make sure that these services continue on. And so in August, the City Council appointed residents and stakeholders to these two task forces. The rough outline at that time called for them to meet approximately 6 times to go over existing operations, to get an assessment of what the marketplace for those services was around the region, and then to identify a series of recommendations. And the groups have been meeting and have done this work. And I will say, as the host of the meeting, I don't actually generate content, but as the host of the meeting, I'll say that the discussion has been robust. One of the pieces of information that the task forces have wanted to see is the resident survey information that was put out in the late fall of this year. And by virtue of just timing and the way things played out, the National Citizen Survey results that we expect to get are due this week, and that both task forces had wanted to see that information because it might help shape their recommendations going forward. And so while we had intended to use this time slot to go over the recommendations, both groups had asked that they be allowed to use the survey data as part of their deliberations and then present their formal report at the second meeting in January. And we also are fortunate to have 2 council member liaisons in the meeting. But I will just say that the groups have been highly engaged, deeply informed, cordial, civil. It's really a model for how resident groups can work in a virtual setting. It's been fun to be a participant. But I will stop there. I will ask the council liaisons if they would have any questions, but I'll also stand for questions from anyone on the call.
Council members, I know Councilmember Juniman, you are one of our liaisons.
Yes.
Is there anything that you would like to add?
No, but I agree wholeheartedly. These people have been very engaged, very robustly thinking, and very respectful of one another. It has been, I agree with him, and perhaps it's the Zoom quality that does it. It lets people operate from their homes. They don't have to leave their house to go to a meeting. I think it's something we need to contemplate, COVID or no COVID, for getting engagement on these kinds of things. They have just come up with wonderful ideas. And then when you say we have to button down and go for the real and for how to make recommendations, they do it. I mean, it's been wonderful. So I think you're going to be impressed when you get the final report.
Great, I'm looking forward to that. Councilmember Knudsen, you are the other liaison for the Parks Task Force. Any comments from you?
Yeah, Councilmember Juniman, really said it well. It's been an amazing process. It's kind of the word collaborative, cooperative, and all that stuff comes up all the time. We had 3 or 4 different communities there, but Maplewood called the question and called the meeting, and it really been the locus. It's fun to find out how many parks are actually in Maplewood and how much free land is there. What a great asset that is, and how important it is to invest in it. But the group has just been spectacular, and really, also I want to thank Mike Sable. He's just done a phenomenal getting this stuff. Yeah, it's just a great facilitator, and we appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Great. There's no action that's required on this. This is really discussion only, but I can say that I am really looking forward to those reports in January. So thank you for all of that. And we will move on our agenda to the consent agenda. I just want to note for council members, we have 7 items on our consent agenda tonight. And one of them, G3, there are 2 amendments. So any motion needs to include both of those amendments. So with that, council members, is there a motion for our consent agenda?
I move approval of the consent agenda items G1 through 7.
And does your motion include the amendments?
Well, and I was waiting for a second, and then I was going to say, I think we need to actually highlight a couple of them. So I thought we needed a second before we could go any further.
Okay, but we still need to have those amendments.
Right. Yeah, okay. Including the amendments to G3.
It's only one amendment.
Oh, one amendment? Okay, sorry.
There were actually
Okay.
2 things that were sent out today, just for clarification. One was adding Myth Live as an on-sale intoxicating liquor license, and the other one was specific language.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Beatty, are you incorporating both of those?
Madam Mayor, yes, I haven't seen the modified ones, but I'm assuming the second amendment incorporated or included the first amendment. So in other words, what you should be adopting is a list which includes myth and has the expanded language in the resolved paragraph.
Okay, because it was, understand. Okay.
So I can start over.
Would you please? For
I move
clarification?
consent agenda items 1 through 7, including the amendment and clarification to G3.
Second.
Moved by Juniman, seconded by Neblett. The motion to approve consent agenda with G3 as amended. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to highlight 6 and 7.
Okay.
I think they're both of interest to the public.
Thank you very much. Let's see, which staff members would be talking about?
Mr. Thompson for 6.
Okay, Mr. Thompson, can you please give us an overview of the 2021 SCORE grant agreement?
Certainly, Mayor and Council. So you may recall back in October on your consent agenda, you did approve the application to submit the SCORE grant funding application to Ramsey County. And I am happy to report that the city was successful in that application and has been allocated just over $98,000 in funding from Ramsey County to support our recycling efforts, as well as an additional $18,700 to achieve some of the incentives, additional incentives the county has put in place, specifically around not only organics recycling, but also business recycling, advocating for the Biz Recycles program at the county, noting that that incentive was also in last year's agreement and that we were able to achieve those criteria and receive the full funding in 2020. And we expect to be able to achieve that in 2021 as well. So that money is used again to support our recycling and outreach and our recycling programs in the city and directly offset some of the costs we have for our recycling services in Maplewood.
That is great news. Thank you,
Mayor.
Councilor.
Thank you. I think we should also point out that part of the incentive comes from the fact that the businesses and churches and so on, staff worked hard for this, for increasing the number participating from 17 in 2019 to 29 in 2020, and they're still working on it.
Those are impressive numbers
Yes.
as an increase. Yes.
Yes.
Nice job on that. Thank you. Okay, number 7, Metro INET Joint Powers Agreement. Mr. Folds.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is my item, yes. The city of Maplewood has partnered with what has been now called Metro INET. The city of Roseville for many years. Historically, it goes back to in 1999, the city of Roseville offered some IT services to the city of Mounds View. And the group has now grown to include over 40 cities, mostly northeast suburbs. They offer services from phone systems to really all of their many IT services. We use from them the phone system, storage, backups, We partner with them on remote server locations or data centers. And over the years, they've grown to a point now where they're having a little bit of difficulty managing some of it. There's a little bit of risk in that should the city of Roseville council, I guess, determine that they didn't want to do it anymore. The city manager, Pat Trudgian, has been very clear in that there has been no conversations like that. But should they want to, there's a little bit of risk there in disbanding the group. And so they've taken the steps. I was part of it for the majority of the time to create a joint powers agreement that would create a separate entity for that is Metro INET. And so to continue to leverage and cost share as much as we have historically, we need to pass or join this joint powers agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Folds, for that.
Mayor,
Okay.
Mayor, may I say that I just think that's wonderful news that something has grown to the point where it can be a joint powers agreement, which takes away a lot of the risk. And it also tells you how important it is that we can all participate at the same level, if you will, of need and have some say. So I just think that's a really good step. Thank you, Michael.
I would agree. And I think it also saves in terms of, the economy of size of having so many people involved in this, that we are able to do some things with technology that we would not otherwise necessarily engage in just simply because of the prohibitive cost. But by sharing and going into this joint powers agreement, I think that it really sets up us very nicely for the future. So with that, council members, we are now looking for a vote on the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Juniman.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Councilmember Knutson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neblett.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. We move forward to the meat of our meeting tonight, which is the public hearing, the Truth in Taxation hearing concerning our 2021 budget and property tax levy. Finance Director Paulseth, this is yours for presentation. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, great. You can see the screen?
Yep.
Okay, and I will try to get it in presentation mode and hope that it works. I think I gotta flip them. How does that look?
Looks good.
Okay, great. Council members, this is the final step in the process for the City Council to legally adopt the 2021 budget. A couple of things that you'll be doing tonight is you'll be holding a presentation after I get done with this very short, you'll be holding a public hearing, I should say, after I get done with this very short presentation. And I will try to keep it short because of what's on the docket tonight. It's a very busy night. And there isn't much going on, as you know. The budget process was quite grueling this year, so that you're quite well aware of everything that went into it. So after the public hearing, you will ask for any input from the audience, if there is any. And then at that point, when all input has been received, you'll be passing a resolution to adopt the levy, and then another resolution to adopt the budget and the financial policies and the CIP. So with that, I will get started. So it's all about property taxes and how much everybody pays and what you get for it. We're going to cover that very quickly tonight. And always in the context of strategic priorities, the budget is built with the strategic plan as a foundation. So all of these items, everything that happens in the budget has to tie back to each of these strategic priorities that were established by the council. So this slide is where we talk about what has changed in the budget, how things have been reprioritized. And as you can see, not much has changed. We're looking at a 0% increase in the levy this year, but the City Council has maintained their commitment to the police force. There will be one police officer added, but the police department did receive a grant. So a shout out to them for doing that extra work that it took to put on that rental housing officer. So that did not impact the levy at all. And the City Council has also solidified its commitment to the rental housing program. So that will continue, and it will be paid for by the fees that it generates. Emerald ash borer eradication, that program continues. There were no cuts made to that. And the challenges of COVID, the DMV is the most impacted department with the challenges of COVID, and so there's been some extra staffing that's been required for appointments and for greeting people and moving people into line. And so that will continue into 2021, and that is all contemplated in this budget. As you well know, we had some significant increases in workers' compensation insurance and some increases in debt service. So that required some cuts in the budget in order to fit those extra expenses in, and those cuts came in the form of park and recreation and nature center. So you're well aware of that, but the city did act responsibly and maintained an adequate fund balance through next year. Increase of $0 or 0% for the property tax levy. What that involved was a decrease of $156,000 from the general fund, and the reason for the decrease was because of an increase in debt service payments for that year, and some other smaller decreases in some of the other funds, and that was to accommodate that additional debt service. So in addition to accommodating those extra workers' compensation increases, the general fund also had to have additional cuts in order to maintain that 0%. The average home at this point, the calculations will continue to change through the end of the year as values are tweaked at the county for various reasons. In the preliminary hearings, we discussed approximately, I think it was a $9 decrease for the average home. It's about $6 now, so that's roughly what the average homeowner will see as a decrease in taxes for 2021. The total city budget across all funds, about $71 million. General fund being about $22 million, so slightly less than last year. And the city gets about 32% of the total tax bill. You can see the county in 2021 will be at 36%, and the school about 24%, and special districts nearly 7%. Very quickly, I'll go through these charts. You've seen them before. It's a history of the tax levy from 2013 to 2021, 0% for 21. Some zeros in the past and some 3s and some 5s, but the averaging out over the 9 years was 2.8%, so slightly under 3% average. Some very nice increases over the past 8 to 9 years in tax capacity, just about 4% per year on average. And because the City Council has been very responsible with the tax levy, despite raising tax capacity, they have kept the tax levy low enough so that the rates continue to fall. So some very good economic sign there. And the fiscal disparities is another reason that the City Council has been able to keep the tax levy low, is because that has continued to increase on average, almost 6% per year. So that's a good program for the city of Maplewood. City of Maplewood gains from that arrangement. We've discussed it before. And so that's been a really good factor with keeping the rates down as well. These are all those factors over time shown in one quick chart. I won't go over that, but it's there for you to review. Just as a quick look at the other cities in Ramsey County, Maplewood, North St. Paul, and St. Paul at 0% for 2021. Spring Lake Park about 0. It was less than 1% decrease. And you can see anywhere from 1.2 in Gem Lake to an increase of 8.9 in Falcon Heights. This is also for your information. We keep track of, been keeping track since 2010, or I made this chart in the last couple of years back to 2010, and you can see that Maplewood's been fairly conservative over an even longer time period than I showed you in the previous charts. Average increases about little over 3% per year. Spending comparisons, Maplewood does well there too. We show you this every year. 2018 was the last year that the state auditor had information on all of the cities. These are cities that are roughly in Maplewood's population group. There's an argument that Andover maybe should not be a good comparable because it doesn't have its own police department, but we have continued to keep St. Louis Park and Apple Valley as a comparison as well. So we have left Andover in. Very quickly, Maplewood is slightly higher than the average population, about 103% of the average, about dead on average for tax capacity in this group. Our tax levy is about 105% of the average, and we will see that as we break that down, as we break those expenditures down. We're talking about governmental funds here, not enterprise funds. So when we're talking in the next column about current expenditures, that largely means operating expenditures. So Maplewood is about 81.7% of the average of operating expenditures in this group, with 23 million for operating expenditures in 2018. So very conservative. Capital outlay about 85% of the average, and the next column is debt service, and that's where we see a difference. That you well know that this has come down over the last couple of years, and it's come down even some more since 2018. So we're making tremendous progress on this, but still about 278% of the average for the debt service. Now, I will say that does include some refunding debt as well, so won't go into that tonight because it's a little bit complicated. Total expenditures, so that would include debt, capital, and operating, about 106% of the average, and it's the debt, obviously, that's driving that. And then just some various ratios to look at that we've been improving on continuously. No longer at number one in this group for the total debt per capita. There's 2 cities that are higher. So making a lot of progress. This is just a chart that shows, you can see the operating expenditures in blue, where Maplewood's relatively low, and in the gray is the debt service, so a little bit higher. Just quickly to touch on the utility funds, because we haven't had a chance to talk about that much. Not much will happen. In 2021, sanitary sewer will increase 2.2%, and that is because of the increase from the Metropolitan Council. So there's not much we could do about that. That would be for the solid waste processing. And so that handles that increase. And the environmental utility, 0% for the last couple of years. Recycling, 25%. You'll recall this conversation last year when we had a 20 to 25% increase last year, and we agreed to phase it over 3 years because of the going out for bids with the new trash and recycling hauling contracts and the huge increase that we saw with the hauler. So that increase is being spread over 3 years, and this is the second of the third year. No other increases in any of the water charges, so that amounts to a quarterly increase of about $4.85 cents for the average utility user, or about 4%. You'll also be adopting the capital improvement plan tonight, which is a total of about 73 million. It does include 10 million or 13, it's actually 13 million now, but it includes the fire hall. And I will say that in our very next, or in this same evening, we're having a public hearing, and you will be actually revising this capital improvement plan. To just very quickly go over it, we did start a new software program for capital improvement plan in July, and so the old CIP was prepared using that software, and the new software is almost ready to roll out. It will be on our website, very similar to the ClearGov transparency site that we have showed you the last couple of years. I was hoping to have it ready for this meeting, but doing double processes this year, both paper documents and electronic documents, and also being one person short the entire year, so it didn't quite make both versions. But you will be revising the fire hall capital improvement plan in one of our public hearings this evening, and that will show the latest numbers. It's been a very fluid project, as you well know. Been a lot of changes in the last couple of months. So I'll just move very quickly past that. I won't go into these financial policies. They were included. A red line copy was included in your packet. Very, very much housekeeping items. The debt policy, the debt limit per capita ceiling was lowered again, $50 per year, which has been our custom. I'd like to keep it there for a little while to make sure that we accommodate all the debt for the fire hall that we need. Most others are just basically housekeeping, and in the end, an information security policy was brand new, and that's really required for all the credit card activity that we've been seeing, a huge increase of it this year with the COVID restrictions. We're using online credit card payments. The customers are paying online, and so we have to have a policy in place, or we would be penalized. So that policy is still very much a bit of a work in progress, and you'll be seeing some revisions to that again this year. So the council considerations for tonight would, the recommendation of staff would be that you adopt the 2021 levy at a 0% increase, adopt the 2021 total budget of 71 million, adopt the CIP of 73 million, understanding that you will be revising the fire hall CIP in a later agenda item, and adopt the financial management policies. So with that, I will entertain any questions.
Thank you for that excellent report. You know, when we go through this whole budget process, I believe, didn't we start back in June with our first discussions about the 2021 budget?
Yes, and typically we would even start in March, but that this year is the year that COVID hit.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And so, but we will probably be getting together for a strategic planning session earlier in the year in 2021 to start working on the 2022.
Sure. It feels like this has been such a work in progress this year, and in such an unusual year. So let's start with questions from the council. After Ms. Paulseth answers any questions from the council, we will then go to the public hearing, and I will rely on Mr. Folds to let people participate in the public hearing. And after that, after I close the public hearing, we will then have another opportunity for Ms. Paulseth to answer any questions that may come up during the public hearing, and for the council to weigh in as well. And then we will consider we have two motions tonight, council members, on page 109 of our council packet. So with that, let's go to questions from the council. Councilmember Juniman, do you have any questions for Ms. Paulseth?
I do not, thank you. Between the packet and her explanation, I think I get it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Smith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is maybe a little more of a comment than a question, but first of all, deep thanks to Ms. Paulseth for, again, making the complex simple and helping us through this process. He's a valued advisor and guide in this process. You know, I have the unique and privilege of being a lame duck. And that sometimes allows me, I think, to just, as if I've stopped saying things before, but it allows me maybe to speak a little freely. And what I want to make clear is that, first of all, a 0% increase in budget is a cut budget. It's not flat. With inflation, with increase in costs that we've seen, particularly with workers' compensation, we are having to tighten our belt in other places to make this work. And I want to make that crystal clear. Secondly, it also means that probably down the road, the city council will, in good years, may need to raise the budget more than they would normally to offset the fact that we had to take these austerity measures this year, really in reaction to a national crisis. And so, you know, I mean, there's been no question since we started talking about this that we were going to do our best to keep this budget flat and protect residents from increases in taxes. But just to be clear, it probably means that at some point we're going to have to pay the piper.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Knudsen.
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Neblett.
No comments, just thank you again to Ms. Paulsa for making this understandable. I appreciate it.
Welcome.
Okay, with that, then I am going to open the public hearing concerning the 2021 budget and property tax levy for 2021. Mr. Folds, do we have anyone on the line who would like to participate in the public hearing?
Mayor and Council, we have 3 individuals that have joined the meeting as attendees. I believe that they are waiting for other items or just listening in, but as in past practice, we've allowed them, we've unmuted them, and we will ask them if they would like to leave public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Folds.
Mr. Kimmel, you should have the ability to unmute your mic now. Would you like to give public comment on this item?
I'm sorry, Mr. Folds, are you referring to the fire station CIP or the TIF item?
Actually, neither.
This is our truth in taxation
Oh,
concerning the
thanks,
2020
Mayor.
budget.
No, I had to step away for a minute, so I apologize for my confusion. I'm just waiting until the discussion of the bond CIP and the fire station. Thank you.
Mr. Folds, Bruce and Jason Arsvold are both here as consultants for the next 2 items.
I do understand. Mayor, would you prefer that I ask Mr. Arsvold if he would like to give public comment?
No, I believe Ms. Paulseth already indicated that he is our consultant concerning the bond issue, but you said that there were 3 on the line?
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Cave, if you would you like to give public comment on this item?
No, I'm good right now, but thank you, Michael.
Great, thank you. Mayor and Council, there are no other callers on the line.
Okay. Having no other callers on the line, then I am going to close our truth in taxation public hearing, and we are going to go to any further discussion by the council. Are there any other comments that the council would like to make at this point? Councilmember Juniman.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Knudsen.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Neblett.
No, thank you.
Okay, then council members, we have 2 motions to consider tonight. Does someone want to move the first motion?
I move approval of the resolution certifying property taxes payable in 2021.
Second.
Moved by Neblett, seconded by Knutson. The motion to approve the resolution certifying property taxes payable in 2021. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, then let's move to a vote. Councilmember Juniman.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Councilmember Knutson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neblett.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Moving on to the next motion in our packet.
I move to approve the resolution adopting the budget and financial policies for 2021 and the capital improvement plan for 2021 through 2025.
Second.
Moved by Neblett, seconded by Juniman. The motion to approve the resolution adopting the budget and financial policies for 2021 and the capital improvement plan for 2021 to 2025. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor?
Here, Councilmember Juniman.
I just encourage people to go on the website and look at our financial policies. I think they are very solid, and I think people would be, comforted if they're so interested to know that those are there and how they've been revised.
Thank you. That's a very good point. We do have guardrails in terms of our decision-making and our financial policies. So I would concur with that. People can go onto our website and review that. Any further discussions? Hearing none, then let's vote. Councilmember Juniman.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Councilmember Knutson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neblett.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. And so we conclude that portion, our truth and taxation hearing tonight. And we move on to the next agenda item, which is the TIF Development and Financing Plan Modification Districts 1-4 and 1-5. Ms. Paulseth, is this yours?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Our second public hearing for the night. I quickly will go over the content of this item, and we will have Mr. Arsvold from Ellers is here tonight to go into it a little bit more deeply with you. What the City Council is being asked to consider tonight is the modification of the financing plan for two of our oldest tax increment financing districts, 1-4 and 1-5, the Carefree Cottages. So this will allow the city to, rather than decertifying those districts at the end of the year, which they will be, it will allow the city to save several $100,000 and pool those funds and use them for other areas related to affordable housing in the city. The other option is to return the funds to the county, and then the county would disperse them with the next tax settlement, and the city would receive nearly a third of it back. But in this way, you'd be able to utilize those funds in their entirety for affordable housing in Maplewood. So again, this involves a public hearing and then adopting the resolution to revise the budget or financing plan for these two districts. So I do believe that Mr. Arsvold may want to share his screen. I'll turn this over to him and we'll let him go from there.
It is unique. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Arsvold. Are you with us?
I am. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. So good evening to Mayor, members of the council. I don't have a formal presentation to share my screen, but I can just tell you quickly, what. Madam Mayor, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, perfect. I thought maybe someone was not able to hear. So what we're doing here tonight is that, as our normal annual update of the projections for each of your TIF districts, one of the things that came out of that was that these two particular districts were going to be exceeding their budgetary authority by the end of this year. And so one of the opportunities that we have before the year ends is to modify or amend these two TIF plans to increase the budgets so that you don't exceed those budgets in those TIF plans. And as Ms. Paulson said, it's not a terrible thing if that happens, but this will allow you to retain that increment and not have to send it back to the county. And what we then use this increment for are for qualified affordable housing projects. So very similar to the project you recently looked at with the acquisition of Cobblestone Court by Aon. These are the pooled TIF housing dollars like these that are being used for that project. These will then also be available for other similar projects in the city. So you may be able to, for example, access these dollars for pooling for affordable housing rather than having to create a new tax increment district. And then that new project wouldn't need to be captured within a tax increment district. So there are some advantages to doing this. The big deal is this just provides you some more flexibility, allows you to retain those TIF funds rather than having to send them back to the county. So I'd be happy to, and so the specific action amendments in the plans, as I said, is just simply increasing the budget. And the statute requires that we hold a public hearing in order to do that. So I'm happy to go into any more detail or answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Arsvold. Council members, do you have any questions? Councilmember Juniman.
No, but why would one send money back to the county?
Councilmember Smith.
No questions.
Councilmember Knudsen.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Neblett.
No questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, then at this point, I am going to open the public hearing concerning the TIF development and financing plan modifications for districts 1-4 and 1-5. Mr. Folds, is there anyone on the line that would like to speak at the public hearing?
Mayor and Council, we have one individual on. Ms. Cave, would you like to give public comment to this item?
No, thank you for your time, but I'm good.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Mayor and Council, that is the only individual on the line, correct?
Okay, then at this point, without anybody else on the line, I'm going to close the public hearing. And council members, let's run through one more time to see if there are any questions before we consider the motion before us. Councilmember Juniman.
Well, thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Knudsen.
No, thanks.
Councilmember Neblett.
No, thank you.
Okay, having no other further discussion, council members, is there a motion?
I move to approve the resolution adopting a modification to the development plan for development district number 1 and a modification to the tax increment financing plans for tax increment financing districts number 1-4 and 1-5.
Second.
Moved by Neblett and seconded by Juniman, the resolution adopting a modification to the development plan for development district number 1 and a modification to the tax increment financing plans for tax increment financing districts number 1-4 and 1-5. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, then let's move to a vote. Councilmember Juniman.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Councilmember Knudsen.
Aye.
Councilmember Neblett.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. The motion passes. Our next agenda item is the North Fire Station. And Ms. Paulseth, this is yours as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The last public hearing of the night. This is another legal step in the journey to building that new fire station. I do have Mr. Bruce Kimmel on the line from Ellers, and he will be walking through some of the more technical aspects of this and will also be available for questions. He is also going to share his screen, as you can see. I did want to point out a couple of things before he starts. This, after his presentation, you will again have the public hearing and then be asked to consider a resolution adopting the 5-year capital improvement plan specifically for the fire station. So that's what I was referring to. This is only for the fire station, and it is required as part of our legal requirements for bonding for capital improvement bonds for this facility. So you will be revising your old capital improvement plan. Just a quick note about the financing of it. We went into this with the idea that with the new budget of $13.1 million for the fire station, that $10 million of that would be financed by capital improvement bonds, $2.1 million from the fire station capital project fund in cash the city has already collected from previous land sales, and $1 million for an interfund loan. And the reason for that is because some land sales, as you well know, have not materialized yet. So the city would be required as part of its financing plan to borrow from itself. And the idea on that was to actually borrow from the surplus of the general fund. We're expected to have in excess of a $2 million surplus because of the CARES funding that came through. It has been spent, but there is a surplus based on the other budgeted items that were put aside. So 1 million of that, it was all set aside for public safety. 1 million of that would be used as an interfund loan. If the city council would desire to bond for less, there is still another $1 million available, but it is you take some risk with that, and I think Mr. Kimmel would be prepared to discuss a little bit about that as well. So I think with that, I will just let Mr. Kimmel get started on his presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Paulson. And Mayor and council members, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this so-called bond CIP that, as Ms. Paulseth mentioned, is specifically for this fire station project, but I will scroll through it so that folks on the line can see the documentation that went into it. And as Ms. Paulseth mentioned, this is really specifically required for general obligation capital improvement bonds. It really bears very little other relevance, and I would certainly refer to your much more detailed and robust budgetary CIP for details on the city's capital investments overall. But state law does require us to prepare a report as we have here, and so we'll just go through it briefly. As you can see, just going through, there's an introduction as to the statutory requirements for the CIP and the CIP public hearing process. There is a discussion as well about the project. We drew heavily on the description of the North Fire Station project from your regular CIP in preparing this CIP description. There are a number of questions, 8 specifically, that are required under state law to be answered. Some of them might not make a whole lot of sense, and we kind of scratch our heads about them as well, but we did provide answers to these 8 specifically required questions about the condition of city infrastructure. You know, I would say as an interested outsider, it certainly makes a lot of sense in terms of the rationale that you've prepared for the new fire station and the efficiencies that you'll achieve as a result of this project. I think that's all pretty self-explanatory here in this description of the project. There are also some facts about your overlapping debt as well as your statutory capacity to take on this type of financing. You have more than enough statutory capacity, both under your so-called 3% debt limit. I'll point that out here. With the city's current estimated market value of just about $4.4 billion, You have a statutory debt limit of about $132 million. Right now, you have about $7.7 million outstanding that are paid solely from taxes. So your current available debt limit is about $124 million. If you finance $10 million towards the fire station project, you will still have about $114 million of unused overall debt capacity. In addition, there's another statutory limit for CIP bonds that says that your debt service in any year can't exceed 0.16% of the city's estimated market value. And so currently your maximum debt service capacity is $7 million per year. With the new CIP bonds and your old CIP bonds, your total aggregate CIP debt service will not exceed $1.2 million per year. So that's, again, just a fraction of the $7 million annual limit. Should the city in the future see the need to issue more CIP bonds for infrastructure of this sort, you would update the plan as needed, but absent that, you would really just focus on your regular budgetary CIP. There is also an appendix with some information taken from your city CIP on the project, and then a debt projection. I will actually just skip forward then, since there's more information in the pre-sale report. With your permission, Madam Mayor and council members, I'll also just give a brief overview of the pre-sale report, since that's directly related to this. The city is proposing to sell bonds in late January to finance, again, the majority of the fire station project. And so you've seen this form of report before. It's to give some of the more salient details on the proposed bond issuance. And so getting into a little bit of detail here, again, we go over the statutory authority and your compliance with that. We are looking at issuing the bonds for a total term of 21 years with 20 years of debt amortization. And the bonds, this is important, the bonds will be prepayable after 9 years in February of 2030. So the last 12 years of the bonds would be prepayable. Moving on, as you all know, you have an excellent credit rating from S&P Global Ratings of AA+. That's one notch, just one notch lower than AAA, which is the maximum highest rating. And we would expect absolutely no problems with having that rating reaffirmed. The city went through the rating process this last summer, and Ms. Paulseth always does an excellent job, and you always have no problem answering the questions, even in this pandemic situation. So we're really not seeing any warning signs or trouble on the horizon as it relates to the city. We will, as you have in the past, issue these bonds via a competitive bid process, taking bids from underwriters and banks. That does result in the lowest, historically speaking, the lowest interest costs, and we would expect the same to be true here. But let me move forward. This is more detail I won't go into tonight since you do have a lot on your agenda. I will just note that in terms of the debt issuance schedule, we're looking to go through many of the major procedural steps with this bond issuance process after the holidays, and then again take bids on January 25th and come to you that evening for award of the bonds. And to the point of the bond structuring and sizing, I would note that with this $10 million structure as we currently have it, we're estimating about $9.8 million being deposited to the project fund. If we do receive a premium bid on the bonds, as we expect we would, it's very possible that you would have more net production towards the fire station project from this $10 million issuance. So in other words, if you didn't reduce the size of the bond issue, you might have up to, let's say, 10.1, 10.2, or even more $1 million towards the project due to a premium pricing structure, which would just give you more flexibility. But of course, we could also downsize the bonds on the sale date to meet whatever project funding target the city wanted to. But given this $10 million projected structure with a 20-year repayment term, you can see that the debt service is estimated at just over $600,000 per year, with a little bit of ramp up on the front end, and then $600,000 per year on average after that. One thing I wanted to note as well, before I leave you with the resolution and of course take comments and questions, is we're really in once again, in a near absolute low rate environment. This is a 30-year chart of the bond buyer index, which is a weekly index that measures the rates on a basket of bonds that mature in 20 years. So here in 2020, the index is measuring bonds that are maturing in the year 2040 and how those bonds are trading on the market. And you can see that over the last 30 years, that average 20-year rate has just come down, 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 with blips, of course, and increases, but we're now almost to the all-time historic low that we saw in August of this year, when the bond buyer index reached 2.02%. And right now we're at 2.13%. So, we keep on waiting for rates to go up in a sustained way. And as you can see in 16 and 17 and 18, we thought we were on the way up towards a more normal rate environment. And then things came right back down and we're at all-time lows. So certainly, while this might cause concern for us as individuals and as investors thinking about the economy, it's certainly a very advantageous rate environment for the city as you look at issuing this debt and have fixed rates locked in for the next 20 years as it relates to this fire station. So why don't I stop there and see what questions you might have and let you open up to public comment as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kimmel. Council members, are there any questions at this point for for Finance Director Paulseth or for Mr. Kimmel? Councilmember Juniman.
Not yet, thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
No questions here.
Councilmember Knudsen.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Neblett.
None here, thank you.
Okay, hearing no questions, then at this point, I am going to open up the public hearing. Mr. Folds, would you please identify whether or not we have anyone on the call who would like to present at the public hearing?
Yes, Mayor and Council, we have one attendee, and I will ask her if she would like to speak. Ms. Cave, would you like to give public comment on this item?
No, not at this time. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, that is the only person that is on the line.
Okay, then at this point, I will close the public hearing and we will open up to further discussion. Can we, thank you. I'm going to ask to get back to the Zoom call. Council members, we have been working on this fire station, I think at least 5 years. When we started off with the EMS task force and, have gone through so much public comment, we've made, certainly studied this issue for a very long time. In looking at, I think we were all at some point surprised. We had believed that the fire station project was going to come in at about $10 million, and it has come in at $13.1 million. And in having further discussions with Finance Director Paulseth and City Manager Coleman, one of the things that I talked with both of them about was looking at how it is that we're financing the fire station in light of the fact that we are at this point, we have $2.1 million of our CARES money sitting in a bank. And one of the things that I talked with Ms. Paulseth and Ms. Coleman about was using $1 million, trying to reduce the amount of the bond that we are looking for to pay for the fire station. We're still going for the 13.1 million. That's not going to change. But what I talked to them about was the possibility of reducing the amount that we bond for and actually using $1 million that is sitting there right now. How do we prudently use that money and be very fiscally responsible. And it seemed to me that it warranted a discussion with the council about that. And then, of course, leaving the other remaining CARES funds there for us because of the uncertainty that we certainly are going to be facing in 2021. And Ms. Paulseth and Ms. Coleman and I had a discussion about it. Ms. Paulseth, do you want to kind of reiterate some of the things that you talked about in our conversation and what that would look like if we bond less, if we actually borrow less and use the CARES money? It might be a good idea for those people listening to understand how is it that the CARES money is there when we have had all of these expenses as a result of CARES, or excuse me, as a result of COVID. So if you maybe want to start there and then talk about the potential of bonding less, borrowing less for the fire station project.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Abrams. I'll start out with your question about the CARES grant and the COVID expenses. So fairly recently, 2.1 million, the City Council transferred 2.1 million of the CARES money into the general fund. That was to reimburse the general fund for wages of staff members whose duties had been substantially redirected to responding to the pandemic. So those wages were already in the budget. So the savings has resulted from having those wages in the budget. We spent the CARES money on the wages, but we still have the budgeted savings then. So that amounts to about 2.1 million. Just to clarify, after listening, so part of the financing plan that I just alluded to, part of the $13.1 million finance plan, already anticipates that we would be using $1 million of that interfund, $1 million of that CARES money for the interfund loan. So any more than that would dip into that remaining $1 million. So the reason, again, for the interfund loan is that the properties that revenues were pledged for this financing plan are still up for sale, and I know there's some things in the works, but it's too uncertain at this point. So we're borrowing the money internally. So we are definitely using $1 million of that. If we did not do that, we would need to look to the sewer fund or maybe the water fund to come up, or even the environmental fund to come up with that $1 million. So we would be using general fund for that. Any additional amount, and we're certainly willing to do whatever the council wants, but that additional $1 million can either be used to kind of as a buffer for 2021, since it's really unclear yet as to what the financial picture is going to look like, or what the economic picture, I should say, is going to look like in 2021, what kind of reverberations or aftershock there would be from this pandemic. It can be used as a buffer for that, or you can use that remaining $1 million to buy down this debt if you want. I just want to make it clear that we already were in the plan using $1 million of that, if there was any confusion about that. So 10 million of bonds, 2.1 million from the capital project fund that was from previous land sales, and then 1 million of an interfund loan from the general fund, 13,100,000.
Okay.
And
maybe I'm a little bit confused because in our phone discussion about this, you thought that would be a very prudent move to bond for only 9 million instead of the 10 million. Has your opinion changed on that?
No, I think it would be very prudent, but it's also very prudent to do it the other way. I mean, we're very, very open to whatever the council wants to do on this. It just really depends on what your risk tolerance would be. Maybe Mr. Kimmel could shed some light. Mr. Kimmel, in sales, comparable sales, bond sales that you've seen over the last several weeks. What kind of a TIC rate are you seeing that might be comparable with what Maplewood might get?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Paulseth and Mayor and council members. We actually advised a sale for the city of Mounds View just today that might be of interest. It was a 15-year bond, so not as long as this 20-year financing that's being contemplated here, but it was about a $6 million par amount, so comparable in the ballpark at least with your $10 million financing. And the interest rate on that was, I believe, about 0.94% for 15 years. That would indicate to me that the interest rates that we're showing on your financing, and as you may recall, the estimated true interest cost that we have for the city of Maplewood's financing is 1.68%. I would say that while our header says it's current rates plus 25 basis points, I think we're actually, given where the market has gone in the last couple of weeks, at least 35 basis points high. And I would expect that if you sold these bonds today, you'd be closer to 1.3% for 20 years. You know, Mayor, from my perspective, I agree with Ms. Paulseth. There's really no wrong answer financially here. The city is in strong shape. That's due to all of the good work that you as elected officials and staff have done to give you the opportunity to either spend more cash and bond for less or bond for the full 10 million and know that you've got flexibility in that way and benefited by extremely low interest rates. If I can think of a true policy decision, this is about as close as it can get. The only thing I will note, just for what it's worth, is I've spent the last 4 to 5 months advising quite a few cities and counties on their use of CARES monies. And it seems that a number of entities have grown more cautious over the last couple months as we've seen indications that the pandemic is likely to keep lingering for some months to come and with uncertain impacts. So if that is a concern, I might say, well, maybe you leave it at 10 million or reduce a little bit less, maybe to 9.5 million. But you know, it's just one consideration of many. And I know that the city has spent a lot of time and effort looking to reduce its debt load. You've done a great job with that. I know it's an ongoing process, but you know, that's an equally valid consideration. So hopefully these comments are helpful, but I don't see a big problem either going with the 10 million and taking advantage of the low interest rates or reducing it by, you know, $500,000 or $1 million and showing that you're looking to reduce debt borrowing as much as you can.
Thank you very much. I'm interested in hearing what the rest of my council members are thinking about this. You know, since I've been on the council, we have worked very, very hard. When I came on in 2014, we had $80 million in debt, which certainly the council took the position that that was too high, even based on Ms. Paulseth's charts tonight. You know, we are much higher in terms of our debt load, and we have taken that very seriously and been working at reducing that. I think our debt now is around 55 million, and that's in a period of 6 years. So I think we have taken this very seriously. And I guess I would like to have a discussion with our council, my other council members, about bonding for something less than the 10 million, because we do have this excess that is there. And I'd like to see, I mean, I would be in favor of reducing our bond by something, and I'm not certain. I mean, Mr. Kimmel talked about maybe bonding for 9,500,000 or something even less than that. But I'd like to hear what other council members have to say about that. Councilmember Juniman.
Thank you, Mayor. This is one of those deals where if you're trying to balance, you know, throw 2 balls up in the air and see which one comes down first, you're never going to know the answer, I don't think, the right answer or the wrong answer. Based on what Mr. Kimmel said, and I guess I think with bond interest being so low that, and unless I misunderstood, after 9 years, you can prepay the bond down, correct? I think that's what I heard. And so.
Can we get an answer from Mr. Kimmel on that? I thought it was 12 years.
12 years.
Oh, 12 years?
No, Madam Mayor and council members, it is a prepayment option after 9 years. It would be to either prepay or refinance the remaining 12 years.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. That's what I thought I heard. So there's a piece of me that thinks we should now bond for the entire 10, mostly because not knowing where the pandemic thing is going to go. If I knew that, I could be a rich woman. Lots of people would like me, but I think needing that pad may well be in our future. And if we hadn't had as good a situation with reserves as we did, the previous and present pandemic thing would have been a bigger poke in the eye. So I'm a little bothered by cutting into any more of that. So I guess I'd be more in favor of leaving it at the 10 with the option that after we see where some of the other fire station properties go, you know, we're going to talk about one of them later tonight again at our EDA meeting. And then not too far in the future, there will be another one to sell. So then by the time that kind of evolves, if you will, you could look at that after the 9 years, you could prepay down with a fair amount of certainty. And if you look at what we had to do this year, well, the staff, I guess, we said what we wanted to do, but they're the ones that had to make it happen with a 0% and not knowing where this is going to go in the economy for next year. And one of the reasons we kept it at 0 was because so many of our residents are in dire straits because of their jobs and not knowing where that's going to go. I guess I'm thinking we may need that pad into 21, and we would not be slamming the door on ourselves, backing off from the 10 million by prepaying it after some of the other fire station properties sell. That's just my initial reaction right now. And with the very low bond rates.
No, I appreciate that. And one thing that I remember as being, and I viewed it at the time as being both an explanation and an excuse as to how the city got $80 million in debt. It was because money was cheap. And so there was a thought to do a lot of road projects because money was cheap. But unfortunately, we have been under that burden for all of these years, with such a high debt load and paying that off. And I guess I
understand, but I just wanted you to know where
oh, you bet. And I certainly can understand the argument that money is cheap right now, so now is a time to borrow it. But unfortunately, the city did that a number of years ago, and I think that got out of hand. And what we have now is we have guardrails in terms of our borrowing. And I guess I want to have this discussion about, should we go a little more conservative on what it is that we're borrowing, recognizing that we have just levied, from everything that Ms. Paulseth has been sending to us, I think that we are in a very good position because staff has helped us get there. I just think that we have this window of opportunity, and this truly is a policy discussion. My inclination is to borrow a bit less because ultimately we still have to pay that off. And
I understand, but I'm just saying you get where my nervous point is about the reserve piece and the pandemic, and it's what we had to do this year rolling over into next year and what that could mean in cuts. So that's just what I'm trying to balance.
You bet. And I think that from my discussions with Ms. Paulseth and Ms. Coleman, you can correct me if I misunderstood, but they believed that there still would be sufficient padding if we reduced the amount of the bond. Is that correct, Ms. Paulseth?
We did, Madam Mayor, we did budget for a $450,000 surplus this year because the fund balance was getting down to the right down to our basement level of what the percentage was that we're required to keep. So the thing about fund balance, though, is every year when the levy increases, so does the need for fund balance. So we did dedicate that entire $450,000 to the fund balance. It won't take long for us to be down against the bottom again. I would be, if you were inclined to do this, it would be more comfortable with only using $500,000 because we are already borrowing $1 million, and the maximum potential proceeds from the land sale would not exceed, that $1.5 million. So there would be a question of when that $500,000 could be returned to the general fund. The other thing is that we will have some flexibility with, and if you have to, Mr. Kimmel could explain this a little better, but we're more than likely going to be offered a substantial premium. We could use that premium. It could be several $100,000. We could use that premium to buy down the debt at the onset. That's customarily what we do. It's just our default position that we do that. In this case, we could do it either way. You could bond for 9.5 and keep the premium, or you could bond for 10 and reduce the debt burden with the premium. I know that's very technical. I know that might be a little bit difficult, but if you had any further questions on that, Mr. Kimmel, I'm sure could explain it a little better.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up, because that was part of our discussion about how we could reduce the amount that we're bonding. Councilmember Smith, do you want to weigh in on this policy issue?
Yeah, I would. Thank you. So, Mayor, I understand your point of view, and I respect it, and I think it makes a lot of sense. However, I also respectfully disagree in some ways, and I think you and I sometimes just have a different philosophy towards this, and that's okay. My personal opinion is that I don't look at debt being cheap as an excuse per se. I do think it's a really legitimate reason for us to look at new debt. I don't think it's a reason for us to go on a hog wild spending spree, but I do think it's a legitimate time for us to think about when we structure something like this, which is a known and significant need for the city. Also during a time when there is existing and likely more uncertainty ahead. To me, it feels riskier for us to be foregoing a really good, inexpensive, long-term financing option and becoming a bit cash poor in the short run, in light of a lot of uncertainty. So I think that money being cheap is a legitimate reason for us to really think about, do we feel like we need a buffer? And if we end up not needing the buffer, we are not wanting for some critical road projects that maybe we could get to, or some other key investment that we might be able to move forward faster on than we would have otherwise. So, again, I'm not saying we should go out and borrow $50 million, and I do believe wholeheartedly we need to continue working at our debt. But I think this is an opportunity for us to fiscally keep some security in our budget, position us to be able to potentially help residents or maybe more importantly, small businesses as the pandemic continues. If we end up with a surplus at the end of it, to potentially move that money to the EDA or to road projects or something like that. But so I really feel like we should maximize the maximize our ability to finance here. And frankly, if it were me, if it were just my decision, I probably wouldn't borrow from ourselves at all if we could help it, and try to take advantage of those rates as much as possible. So that's my 2 cents on it. But this is also, my last meeting, so it's probably not my call. But that's where my head's at.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Knudsen.
But this is quite an interesting thing. I think this is well positioned. I think we're in really good shape. I like the idea of borrowing the full amount, and as Ms. Bolth has suggested, that using the premium to buy down. I think our flexibility going into next year is really important, and I think cash gives you the greatest flexibility. We also know that if everything really, really goes wrong, we had some contingency plans that were presented relative to the fire station, which I'm not entirely suggesting is a good idea, but it's also a contingency if things really go badly. So I think we should keep the cash we have, and then do the best we can. I'd be willing to consider the 9.5 or the 10, but this premium idea I think is a good one. And I think we have an opportunity to be very flexible in a very uncertain time.
Thank you for that. Good policy discussion. Councilmember Neblett. Councilmember Neblett?
You're muted.
Is Councilmember Neblett on the line?
Mayor and council members, this is Mike Sable speaking. Councilmember Neblett's name just dropped off the panelist lists. I don't know if that was a technical issue, but I'll work with Mr. Folds on getting her back on the call.
Yeah.
We'll wait just a moment and see if we can get Councilmember Neblett back on. The one thing that's absolutely clear is that this is a really important project for our community. And it's important that we move forward on this in a timely manner. And I appreciate the discussion with my fellow council members about this issue, about what our tolerance is. These are some very unusual times, and I think this is an important discussion to have as to what we are comfortable with.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I would just like to point out that our estimates, maybe Mr. Kimmel could back this up, but our estimates on the amount of premium that we could be offered might be low. We may be surprised, and it could be nearing $500,000, in which case we'd have some significant opportunity to buy down the debt. Mr. Kimmel, do you have any thoughts on that? Is that possible?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. It's definitely possible that you could see upwards of $500,000 of gross premium with which to make a decision on how much you wanted to keep towards the project. So right now, we're with a traditional discount structure, as it's called. We are estimating a little bit over $9.8 million of production for the project out of this $10 million issue. If you did have $500,000 of gross reoffering premium, that would raise that 9.8 up to $10.3 million towards the project. And so really, I think we have the opportunity over the next couple of weeks to keep talking with city staff, and of course for you as council members to provide input to city staff, such that when we get to the sale on January 25th, we could have a really clear sense of, okay, what is our funding target going to be? And we can dial in the use of the premium, either keeping it all or keeping some of it or keeping none of it. So you really don't need to make a decision on that tonight, but certainly proceeding with the $10 million bond amount gives you, I guess, the greatest amount of flexibility with which to make a decision on January 25th. I should note, though, that we would want to have, city staff, primarily finance director Paul Seth, to have that direction for us before the council meeting, right? So we would take the bids, we would determine the winning bidder and determine, okay, with that winning bid, what are we going to do in terms of keeping all or some or none of the premium? And then we would come back to you that night with the revised, perfectly restructured bond issue for your approval. Hopefully that makes sense as to how I see the next few weeks playing out.
Okay, thank you for that. One point of clarification, because I think some people have referred to this as a 20-year bond, and I think other times it was referred to as a 30-year bond. Which is it?
I'm sorry if I misspoke on that. It is a 20-year bond, actually closer to 21 years when you factor in the first year of interest-only payments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
The last maturity would be in February of 2042, which would be essentially part of the fiscal 2041 payment cycle.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nebelit, are you back on yet?
Madam Mayor, Mike Sable speaking. She is not back on yet, but Michael and I are working on our end to get her back into the meeting.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I would also mention that Chief Nadeau and Chief Mondor are also on the line in case council had any questions regarding what the potential would be for cost overruns on the project.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Juniman.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing I would sort of like to try and put some perspective to from, because I've been here through the whole thing where the debt was big and then we've been trying to buy it down. So I've got the whole thing in my poor little overworked head. Two things we did not have in those days when we were doing the street project debt that led to the amount that made us uncomfortable. We did not have Ms. Coleman as city manager and her transparency and her expertise, shall we say, in how to put the clamps on a city budget. And we certainly did not have Ms. Paulseth, who, as you know, is the one who helped us get on this path to having a clearer vision of what we had, what we needed to do, and how to buy down. So we are in a much better position knowledge-wise and control-wise than we were then. I mean, there's just no way for me to compare it for you, actually.
Sure.
I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. And those are very good points. We do have trusted advisors. It's just, we still are paying off those projects, and that is,
I'm just saying it's a different mindset totally. Council and staff. And so we're unlikely to go that route for anything again. And this is a slightly different, I think, a slightly different atmosphere because this is a long-term necessity.
Oh, no doubt.
For
no
the
doubt.
Community. I just see it as a little slightly different. I'm just trying to give us some perspective from where I
came
from.
And this really is like, 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other, I guess. It's how do we shift this?
Right.
I think, well, clearly it is a foregone conclusion. We are doing this, and we're doing this so that we can break ground in the springtime, and we want to keep this moving forward. It's just what's really going to be the best for us. I may have a little bit more conservative tolerance in terms of that debt. I cringed when we were at 80 million. And so I'm certainly more comfortable where we are, but this is the time to really have that discussion because we are sitting in this position, and we're sitting there, no doubt, because of the efforts of staff. So I got a chat from Mr. Folds that Councilmember Nebelit is now with us by phone.
Correct, Mayor and Council. She is on the line now. And just a reminder, Councilmember Nebelit, if you'd like to unmute yourself, it is *6.
Councilmember Nebelit? Technology is wonderful when it works seamlessly.
Mayor, I can continue to work with her. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to unmute her phone remotely. I can only give her the ability to unmute it herself.
Okay.
Mayor, I think it's the west side of town. I was in a Zoom meeting with the city manager last week, and I just dropped into Never Neverland. It was just like, wow, okay, well, I guess they're all meeting without me now. I mean, so I think we're under a curse over here on the west side or something.
It's not invisible. I heard a little sound that sounded like a phone call coming in. Or a microphone.
Mayor, it's still showing as muted.
Okay.
I'll continue to work with her on it.
Well, council members, let's go back. Councilmember Smith, is there anything else that you would like to say? Then we'll wait and hear from Councilmember when we can get her on her phone.
Yeah, no, I think you had it right on the 6 1/2 dozen. I mean, like, I don't think we have a bad choice here. I think we have slightly different philosophies that probably once we find kind of the middle ground on will probably be about right. You know, I think it's, I think when we look back on that time too, it's, while I agree with you that, you know, we did build up a lot of debt and we've had to work at it, we also got some roads out of it too, which is good.
Oh, no doubt. Yes.
You know, so it's not all bad, and those are long-term assets, and, you know, so I think it's, I just think it's important that we sort of take a balanced look to say, all right, you know, what's the cost? What do we get for it? How do we pay it down? Do we have the ability to do that over time and make the call? And I think, you know, like I said, I tend to be maybe a little more liberal about this. You're maybe a little more conservative about it. And then probably we end up at the right place somewhere in the middle.
I think that's a very good point, because it really is about tolerance and what we're comfortable with. And, you know, I think we're all trying to, none of us have a crystal ball. And we know that 2021 there's quite a bit of uncertainty there. We don't know when things are going to open back up. We don't know what is going to open back up. We don't know what the economy is going to be doing. There's just a lot of questions. So I'm trying to find that balance so that I can be comfortable with all of it. So, Councilmember Knudsen, anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, I just, you know, speaking of the uncertainty, you know, we don't have any final bids for the project either. And I know we stretched to get to 13.1, and I'm certainly want to stay there, but there's still a lot of uncertainty in the construction business relative to materials and so forth. So, I like to have the cash. So, I like what Mr. Kimball said about weighing in and the premiums. I mean, I think that seems to me the best plan is to keep our cash available and look at that financing options right up to the last minute.
I agree.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, my gosh. Good gracious.
Where did you go?
Okay, sorry about that. I got knocked out. I heard Kathy talking, and then she stopped talking, and then I was gone. And I couldn't get back in.
No,
Zoom land.
Yeah.
You went to Zoom land.
Yeah, I'll say. Oh, I'm so sorry I missed all of that good discussion.
You know, just to summarize it, we're really talking about a policy decision. It's really 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other, and about what we're comfortable with. And, you know, the project is not at issue. It's really trying to fine tune this so that we can live with bonding. You know, I think we take these decisions very seriously, and we're trying to do very we can, and we're doing it in uncertain times. So I'm just looking at trying to reduce that even by a little bit because we do have that availability. I want to make sure that we use that money affirmatively, that we intentionally think about it, that it just doesn't kind of get lost.
Sure.
And right now it's earmarked for public safety. And it's just a matter of where do we put that, 6 to one, half a dozen to the other. So what are your thoughts in terms of the policy on this?
Well, when you first asked the question, my first thought was be cautious. And then I was listening to Kathy talk, and I was also reminded of what Mr. Kimmel was talking about, how low the bond interest is right now and how you can take advantage of that situation right now. But then the other question for me is, do you want to add to the debt? So, I mean, I'm sure all of that has been spoken about. I'm sorry, I don't have a definite decision. I think it's like you said, Mayor. It's half a dozen of one, half a dozen of the other. And I believe it was Mr. Kimball who also said there really isn't a bad choice here. It's just a decision. So those are just my thoughts.
Okay. Well, council members, we have a motion. We need to give some direction on this about the 5-year capital improvement plan and providing preliminary approval for the issuance of bonds. Council members, would you be willing to consider reducing it to $9.5 million? And then the premium then would go on to that, on top of that. Is that a possibility? I'm trying to look at some tolerance here and what we're comfortable with.
Mayor, are you saying that the premium would kind of restore that, assuming it's 500,000, it would restore the net to 10 million or nearly 10 million?
Yes.
I could support that.
Council, okay. Anyone else would like to weigh in on that possibility? Councilmember Juniman.
I'm thinking.
Then Councilmember Smith, we'll come back to you, Councilmember Juniman.
I think that's reasonable.
Do I hear 10.75?
It almost sounds like we're at an auction.
Well,
no.
I'm looking at a 20-year bond and what we can do to not saddle future councils, to make good decisions, to come up with creative ways that we can do this, that we can finance this, and do it in a way that gives us a cushion for this uncertain time that we're coming into, but do it so that we, it's really a compromise situation, but I think it reduces what it is that we're bonding. And it makes, quite frankly, it makes me feel more comfortable, but. So council members, we have a motion to make, and I think direction, do you need the specifics in terms, City Manager Colm, or maybe Mr. Kimmel or Ms. Paulseth, whoever has the answer for this, do you need the specifics about the, I suppose you do, the 9.5 or the 10 million tonight? Because we do want to move forward with this in January.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I can jump in and answer that. You have a resolution in front of you that adopts the bond CIP for the fire station and authorizes moving forward with the debt issuance. And it references a not to exceed bonding amount of $10 million as drafted. You can simply move forward in adopting that resolution with the amendment or whatever the right term is per your city attorney, that it be a maximum of 9.5 million instead.
And do we need to direct anything about the premium? Mr. Beatty, maybe you want to weigh in on that.
Madam Mayor, I would defer to the financial folks on that. It's easy to amend the resolution. I would agree with Mr. Kimmel on that, but I don't know about the directing.
And Madam Mayor, this is Bruce Kimmel again. We just understand per your direction that you're looking to maximize the production of the bond issue with that 9.5 million par amount. And so whatever amount of premium comes with that winning bid is what we would look to add to the project funding, whether that be a total of 9.7 or 9.8 or whatever the case might be. And again, right now we're estimating about 9.8, 9.9. Of course, it could be more than that based on the winning bid.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you very much. So, council members, we've certainly belabored this and had, I thought, a very good policy discussion about this. I'm going to make a motion to adopt the resolution adopting a 5-year capital improvement plan and providing preliminary approval for the issuance of bonds not to exceed $9.5 million. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Abrams, seconded by Neblett. The motion to adopt the resolution adopting a 5-year capital improvement plan and providing preliminary approval for the issuance of bonds. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, then let's take a vote. Council Member Juniman.
Semi-begrudgingly, aye.
Okay, noted. Council Member Smith. Councilmember Smith, are you with us?
Mayor and council members, Councilmember Smith was moved to the attendee roster. He should be joining you in 1 second.
See, it's just not me.
It's Zoom land.
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Okay, yes, I'm good. Thank you.
Oh, okay, we're taking a vote. Are you?
Oh, aye then.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Knudsen.
Aye.
Councilmember Neblett.
Aye.
Okay, and I vote aye as well. The motion passes. Thank you, council members. I thought that was a meaningful discussion about what our tolerance is.
I have a headache.
Thank you. Moving forward, we have a couple of items left under new business. Number 1, resolution canvassing the addendum of the municipal results of November 3rd, 2020 general election. City Clerk Sint, this is yours for presentation.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So tonight we're asking you to canvass the addendum to the municipal election results of the November 3rd election. If that feels like you've just done it, it is because you did at the special election on November 12th. However, the next day, November 13th, Ramsey County election judges found a box of unprocessed ballots from Saturday, October 31st. And so, just to give a little history, Saturday, the 31st of October, SVRS, which is the statewide voter registration system, went down during the in-person voting hours. And that was a statewide outage. And that removes the ability of election judges to see if a voter had a previous ballot and what the status of that ballot was. And SVRS is especially crucial during that last 7-day period, as voters are allowed to directly feed their ballot into the ballot counter. And so based on Secretary of State emergency procedures, everybody switched to the use of signature envelopes rather than allowing people to directly feed their ballots into the ballot counter. At 90 Plato Boulevard West, which is Ramsey County election headquarters, their volume of voters was so large that it was not feasible for them to update SVRS with all of those ballots on Saturday. So staff secured those unprocessed ballots in appropriately labeled boxes and put them in a locked room. One box containing 318 of those ballots was mistakenly placed with the processed ballots. And this error was discovered on November 13th by the Ramsey County election judges. They brought it to their canvassing board, who acknowledged this error on November 18th, and they notified each candidate. And a petition, one of the candidates did file a petition for this error to be corrected and for those ballots to be processed. On November 19, the petition was granted, and Ramsey County Ballot Board opened the 318 absentee ballots. Of that, 307 were accepted and counted, and specific to Maplewood, there were 19 ballots. And part of the court order was that the new revised totals be canvassed. So individually, each person increased 2 to 5 votes, and I will just read the new totals now. The results for the 2-year mayor special election: Mary Lee Abrams had 10,568 votes, Bob Cardinal 7,928 votes, and the write-ins remained at 92. The results for the 4-year council member: we had Rebecca Cave at 7,274, Garrett Kruger at 5,439, Sylvia Neblett at 7,004, Nikki Villavicencio at 7,980, the write-ins 197, and the results of the 2-year council member special election: Bill Knutson 8,856, Diana Longry 8,035, and the write-ins remained at 107. So the prevailing candidates remained, as none of the races outcomes changed during this. So we have Mary Lee Abrams, 2-year mayor, Rebecca Cave and Nikki Villavicencio, council members, and Bill Knutson, 2-year council member. So today, what I need is a motion to approve the resolution that's found, on page 271, I believe, of your packet. And then upon approval tonight, I will be sending out the abstract again for everybody to sign. When I get that back, I will send it back to the county auditor. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you, City Clerk Sint. Good report. Are there any questions, Councilmember Juniman?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Smith?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Knudsen?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Neblett?
None for me, thank you.
Okay, is there a motion then?
I move to approve the resolution canvassing the addendum of municipal results of the November 3rd, 2020 general election.
Second.
Moved by Juniman, seconded by Neblett. The motion to approve the resolution canvassing the addendum of municipal results of the November 3rd, 2020 general election. Any further discussion? Hearing none, then let's go to a vote. Councilmember Juniman?
Aye.
Councilmember Smith?
Aye.
Councilmember Knudsen?
Aye.
Councilmember Neblett?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Thank you, City Clerk Sint. 2 more agenda items, three more. We have the Hosanna Karen Baptist Church over on Jarvis Court East. Mr. Thompson, this is your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So as you introduced, we do have a development application for a new Karen Baptist Church, which has a purchase agreement to purchase the site on Jarvis, which was previously the Saints North Roller Rink. The council may remember that actually it was earlier this year, the city actually approved a redevelopment of this site and the adjacent site into a senior housing project. Unfortunately, that project was not able to secure their final financing, and so they decided not to move forward with that senior housing project, and therefore the Karen Baptist Church has submitted this development application. They're requesting 2 items for approval. First is a conditional use permit, and that's a requirement that in our zoning ordinance, it says that churches are a conditional use in all zoning districts. And so anytime there is a church, it does require the approval of a conditional use permit. The second is a comprehensive plan amendment, and this is somewhat unique because the city actually amended the comp plan for the senior housing projects. We changed the, advance forward here. We actually amended the comp plan to high density residential as part of the senior housing project. And so because of the now church application, they have requested an amendment now to institutional to be consistent with other church properties in Maplewood. So they would occupy that existing building. There would be no exterior expansions to the building. There would be certainly construction interior to the building, which would require a building permit, as well as restriping of the parking lot to ensure that the site provides sufficient parking to not only meet our zoning ordinance requirements, but to provide enough parking to accommodate the church facilities. We did survey property owners in the area. We did receive 2 responses, which were included in your packet. All of this was reviewed by the Planning Commission, and they did unanimously recommend approval of both the CUP and the comp plan amendment. So with that, we are recommending approval of both resolutions this evening, with noting that any comp plan amendment does require a supermajority of the council to approve it. And so the comp plan amendment resolution does require 4 votes for adoption. With that, Mayor and Council, I'm happy to answer any questions that the council has.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Any questions, council members? Councilmember Juniman.
I have one. I didn't go back and look. I cannot tell a lie. What did we move it from to this before we senior housing? In other words, what did the comp plan have it guided?
Mayor and Council, prior to the senior housing project, it was guided for employment. It was then amended to high density, which is the current designation, and the request is for institutional.
And this is institutional, non-taxable, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And it's, yes, correct. And it's, yes, it's, the land use designation does not in and of itself make it tax exempt, but certainly a church use would be allowed to be apply for tax exempt status.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith. Mr. Thompson, do you want to go on with your presentation? And then we'll go back to council. I see that you have more slides.
Mayor, I think this was my last slide. So if there are questions of the council, I'm certainly happy to answer those.
Okay. Councilmember Smith, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Councilmember Knudsen.
No questions.
And Councilmember Neblett, do you have any questions?
Just one question. Mr. Thompson, are they planning on knocking that building down, or are they planning on, refurbishing it or whatever?
Mayor and Council, they are planning on refurbishing the existing building. They are not proposing to tear it down. Oh,
okay. Thank you.
Okay, council members, we have 2 motions on page 291. The first one is concerning the comp plan amendment. And this
I move to approve. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, Councilmember Neblett, you wanted to make.
I move to approve a resolution for a comprehensive plan amending re-guiding 1818 Jervis Court East from high density residential to institutional. Approval of this resolution require, oh, that's it. I kept reading.
Thank you for the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, motion made by Neblett, seconded by Knudsen, concerning the motion to approve a resolution for comprehensive plan amendment, re-guiding 1818 Jarvis Court East from high density residential to institutional. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, then let's take a vote. Councilmember Juniman.
No.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Councilmember Knudsen.
Aye.
Councilmember Neblett.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. The motion passes. Moving on to the second part, the second motion. Is there a motion to approve the conditional use permit for a church?
I move to approve a resolution for a conditional use permit for a church to be located at 1818 Jarvis Court East.
Second.
Moved by Neblett, seconded by Knutson. The motion to approve a resolution for a conditional use permit for a church to be located at 1818 Jarvis Court East. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, then let's take a vote. Councilmember Juniman.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Councilmember Knutson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neblett.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Our next agenda item is the solid waste management standards. And Mr. Thompson, this is your topic tonight for presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Back at your last meeting, end of November, you did adopt the amendments to the city's solid waste ordinance, and that was following the RFP and the new 5.5-year contracts for our solid waste services, our organized solid waste services in Maplewood. As part of that meeting, we did talk about not only the ordinance amendments that were proposed and adopted by the council at that time, but also kind of the day-to-day rules or standards that are a standalone document for the city. And we talked a little bit about the difference being the ordinance is really the regulatory document for trash and recycling throughout the community, as well as establishes all of our licensing requirements for haulers. The standards themselves are much more comprehensive and very specific, and they are really what staff and the city use to kind of administer the contracts on a daily basis, as well as just set out all of the requirements for single family, multiple family, as well as commercial properties throughout the community. And so you can see the list of items here that the standards regulate. So we have, after the ordinance was adopted, we have gone back and adopt or revise the standards as well. I can tell you a couple things. One, a lot of it is just organizational in manner. It's just reorganizing the standards themselves to put them into these three categories. What are our single family residential solid waste requirements, the second bucket being our multi-family residential solid waste requirements, and then lastly, our commercial solid waste requirements. So a lot of it was a restructuring, as well as adopting some of the standards or rules that were included in our contracts with Tennis and Republic Services. So for example, one item that is in the standards now, or in the draft standards that was not included before, were the standards around organics recycling. So as the council knows, we've started to do a drop-off of organics within the city of Maplewood and are actively planning for curbside organics recycling starting in 2023. And so that new service to be provided in the community has been incorporated into the standards accordingly. So with that, I know the council, in your review, the ordinance did request that we bring these standards to you for approval. And so we are recommending that the council make a motion to approve the new amended solid waste management standards. With that, Mayor, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Questions, Councilmember Juniman?
None, thank you, other than to point out this is one of the basic components of having a green infrastructure in your city, what makes us green and healthy.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Smith? We'll come back to Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Knutson?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Neblett?
No questions from me, thank you.
Okay, back to Councilmember Smith.
He doesn't want to talk trash.
Can we go back? Is Councilmember Smith still on? Yes.
Mayor and Council, yes, he is.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, no questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Then, council members, there is a motion on page 304.
I move approval of the solid waste management standards.
Second.
Moved by Juniman, seconded by Neblett, the motion to approve the solid waste management standards. Any further discussion?
Just one comment, Mayor. I think we owe a great debt of gratitude to Ms. Finwall. She is the guru of things like standards and ordinances. How she can stand to go through this stuff, I don't know, but she's really good at it.
Here, here.
Thank you. Okay, council members, then let's vote. Councilmember Juniman.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Councilmember Knutson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neblett.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. We have one other item, the environmental purchasing policy. And Mr. Thompson, I believe this is yours as well.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Back in 2011 is when the city put in place its first environmental purchasing policy, and we're bringing forward tonight for the council's approval an updated version of this purchasing policy. Really, this document is to guide the city's purchasing decisions towards alternatives that are consistent with the city's environmental and sustainability goals, while also remaining fiscally responsible. Really, three drivers for updating the standards. First, it is a practice in the Green Step Cities program. So the city gets credit towards our Step 5 classification in the Green Step Cities program for adopting and implementing an environmental purchasing policy. Secondly, it actually is a required component also of the Ramsey County SCORE grant. So as we talked about very earlier tonight in the agenda, and the funding allocation we have from the county to assist in our recycling program is part of that grant program. One of their requirements is that we have an environmental purchasing policy. So with those kind of two overarching programs that we participate and incentives for having this policy is really the key drivers of why we're bringing this updated policy to you tonight for your review. The policy itself, this is all the areas of purchasing on which it focuses, and I won't go through all of these sections and the standards that are in place, but again, really focuses, it's really applicable to the purchasing that we do in the city to do our operations and our different service functions, and comprehensive looks at all of these areas of city operations and opportunities for implementing a greener, more environmentally friendly purchasing on each of these. I think it is important to let you know and to preface all of this with there have been several versions of this. This has gone through a very comprehensive review and analysis by a lot of folks at the city, not only the management team, the green team, the environmental natural resources, but a lot of the departments that do a lot of the city's purchasing. And initially it was somewhat confusing in the document in terms of what was recommended, what was to be reviewed, and what was required. So what we ultimately ended up doing in this policy is at the very beginning of it, when we define the scope, we say that this policy applies to all city departments and operations, and it's intended to be used for anybody that's purchasing products and services, and to be used to the greatest extent practical. And I think it's important to point out that we define then practical to say that means whenever possible and compatible with local, state, and federal law, without reducing safety, quality, or effectiveness, and where the product or service is available at a reasonable cost in a reasonable period. So the goal of this kind of preamble to the whole policy is to understand that there's a balance in the city's practices beyond not only achieving these environmental purchasing priorities, but understanding the other factors at weight in terms of cost, timing, and the the quality of the product that we need to be able to do things in a cost-effective manner. So any of the regulations, policies, or guidance in this document must meet this. Everything would have to be practical in order for it to be utilized as part of our purchasing practices. As I mentioned, there's been a significant amount of engagement and input into this policy. I think it has been on the Green Team's agenda for many, many meetings over the past couple of years as they've revised and tweaked and solicited input. All of the city departments that are greatly impacted have provided great comments, which have informed these amendments, including in specific. I know Ms. Finwall referenced that she talked to building operations and maintenance as well as fleet on some of the new requirements in there, and then did review this with our finance department and Ms. Paulseth, as well as our city manager Coleman. I believe it was also reviewed by the ENR Commission several times, and the final version before you tonight was reviewed and recommended for adoption by the council for incorporation into our environmental purchasing policies. It doesn't end here, so we will focus on implementation of the policy should the council adopt it. The Green Team would act as kind of a purchasing committee and really focused on education and outreach. And the direction to them is though there are a lot of things we are already doing in this policy that we need to continue to do and to build on. Some of the new things I think is to focus on kind of one area at a time. Let's tackle one area of the city operations and do a kind of an audit of what are we doing that's consistent with the policy and what are some of the areas for improvement that are consistent with this new policy. So with that, we are recommending approval of this environmental purchasing policy, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Any questions? Councilmember Juniman.
Thank you, Mayor. No questions, but a comment has been in the pipeline for a long time. A lot of people have put a lot of energy into this. And just for everyone's knowledge, there are departments that have been working really hard to help us do this even before this policy. Certainly Mr. Folds in IT, the fleet management up on the Hill in Public Works, they have been measuring for quite some time and trying to see the best way to go toward more environmentally friendly equipment. And there are people in that area as well who are looking into the proper way to recycle products and so on that they use. So it's been going on. It's just that now it's written down and it's become more of a, I would say, citywide goal. And I think it's wonderful that it got to this point. And in the end, when you finally have it all pulled together like this, it is easier for people to do this. We have had people in individual departments trying for 5 years by doing individual purchasing of certain things to be more environmentally friendly. This brings it all together. It will be doable. And I thank everybody who had any input. It's really, really good.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith. Any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Knudsen.
No questions.
Councilmember Neblett.
No questions. Just well done, everybody.
Is there a motion then?
I move approval of the environmental purchasing policy.
Second.
Moved by Juniman, seconded by Neblett. The motion to approve the environmental purchasing policy. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Councilmember Juniman, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Councilmember Knudsen.
Aye.
Councilmember Neblett.
A final aye.
And I vote aye as well.
Yahoo!
Wow.
We have
Oh, you got
completed our council agenda tonight. And I wanted to give our council members an opportunity for some final remarks now that we are concluded with our the business of the council for 2020. Councilmember Juniman, final remarks.
Oh boy. What a year. Who would have thought when we first ventured into this Zoom experience that it would be still going on? But we've gotten pretty darn good at it, I gotta say. And in spite of being dropped out every once in a while, things are going well, I think. I actually think when it comes to the task forces and that type of thing, we've probably learned a new way now to include more people. It's easier to reach out this way and for people to respond. That's a good thing to know.
No,
I
Bill
also
mentioned
think that we've gone a long way in the whole picture of who we are and what we're about, and we haven't lost anything by being virtual. You know, we still care very much about our finances and our debt, and we care about our environmental policies, and we care about housing, and we are still doing the business, and I think in a very responsible way. And I think that's really edifying under these circumstances. And I think we should all thank the staff for a year that was very difficult for them, I'm sure, far more difficult for them than us. And all the things that they have managed to make happen, keep the services running, maybe even find some things that actually people are liking better. I don't know how many of my neighbors have said, man, that was really slick to make an appointment to go get your driver's license. So, you know, we all find something good in these kinds of things. And I think staff deserves a huge thank you for keeping us moving and keeping us moving in a positive direction. And we're still getting great things done. I just think it's fabulous. And finally, I will say it's a sad goodbye to Brian and Sylvia. I have loved working with you, and we have been a great group, if I might say so. Happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember Juniman. Councilmember Smith.
Well, what a strange road it's been, right? You know, it's been 5 years now that I've been on the council, and it's been an incredibly rewarding experience. I am very proud of the work we've been able to do as a team, and it's with a deep, bittersweet moment that I go through this meeting. I took a long time to decide whether I was going to run again this last year, and, you know, really landed on the fact that I have a 12-year-old son, I have a pretty busy career, and I need to balance some things out and make sure I have time for those things that are most important for me. And for right now, public life is something that can wait. It's not something that I'm planning to never come back to by any means, but it can wait, and that's okay. This has been, we've done some big things over the last 5 years, and it's pretty incredible to see the amount of innovation we've been able to drive, whether it's like the public-private partnerships we've had with the Y and others, the work we've done around race and policing, our rental licensing program, and lots of other projects we've worked on. I'm just so proud of the fact that we're able to find new ways of doing things and help our city get a little bit better all the time. And when I first ran, that's all I said is I wanted to make things a little bit better. And I really feel good about the fact that I think I'm walking away having worked with all of you and been able to do that. I'm so grateful to my family for supporting me and making it possible for me to do this. And I have to say, this is a moment where I have a tremendous amount of empathy for all of the people that are going through big moments in 2020. Whether it's students graduating from high school, people getting married, people passing away and their families having to mourn them. This is not how I thought my last council meeting would look. It feels strange to be sitting in my office in my basement all by myself, going through my last meeting. But, you know, that sense of sort of loss pales in comparison to what others are going through. The kids are not going to go to a senior prom this year or play their senior year of sports or that kind of stuff. So, but I get it. And it's, I think, something we've all had to deal with in 2020. So I am grateful for the time I've had, grateful for all the lessons I've learned, the personal development I've gone through during this time, and for the opportunity to work together with you, with Melinda and the staff, and with residents and commissioners and people who are willing to volunteer and help out to make our community a little better. And I look forward to finding new ways to serve my community in the future. So thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Knudsen.
Been a very interesting year, and people are always talking about now looking in the rearview mirror. And I was just thinking of looking forward. We get a lot of stuff in our council packets, and this week we got something called Uncommon Ground by realtors, and in there is an article, Return to the Suburbs, and it's talking about the pandemic has people moving and taking their work with them. They're talking about 20% of the people that won't go back to an office likely. And talking about this group of people that are very interested in big yards and interested enough looking at places where they can walk. So I'm on the parks, Parks and Rec, and we talk about, so I was just thinking about Maplewood and first ring suburb, lots of room, lots of places to walk and all that. And I'm thinking, I'm really proud to be part of Maplewood and part of looking forward to next year. And looking back and saying goodbye to Brian and Sylvia is it's been a good time with you for the last couple of years. And I hope I see you in the community and we have a chance to work together sometime in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Neblett.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it has been my honor and my pleasure to serve the citizens of Maplewood on the City Council for these last 2 years. I have learned so much about how a good city runs with dedicated staff. But also, I have learned so much from my fellow council members. You guys are so smart. And I am happy to call each of you my friend. It has been, it's been a journey. It has been a journey. But it's a journey that I have enjoyed taking with you all. Like Kathy said, we couldn't do any of this without the staff. And the work that gets done from the time we come to council to the actual end result is usually pretty quick. And the work is top notch. And I'm just so proud of the work that goes on in the city. And it's been fun. I gotta tell you, it's been a lot of work. Don't get me wrong, it's been a lot of work, but it has been my pleasure to do it. And I want you all to know that I'm not going away and in some dark cave anywhere. I'll be around. Right. That's for sure. Just look for me, call on me anytime. If there's anything I could do, I'd be happy to do it, of course. And just keep doing the good work that you've been doing. It has been a slice. It really, really has. So much love to everyone. And on to 2021. Hopefully 2021 April. And so we can start getting back out. But I agree, Kathy. I don't think it's going to be whatever normal is. I don't think it's going to be what we used to do. And that's okay. I think it's all right to have a mix of things sometimes. But just keep doing what you've been doing in the past. Just making Maplewood just a little bit better, like Brian said. Just keep making us a little bit better. And I'll probably see you at Hy-Vee. Thank you, everybody.
I'll just close us out by thanking our staff, thanking our staff leadership, thanking Melinda. This has been a most unusual year, and I have to say that Maplewood has risen above the storm that we have been in over the past 9 months. And we truly have been able to accomplish a lot. And we couldn't have done it without dedicated staff and really visionary leadership in our city. It has been just an amazing time to be serving on a city council and to be serving on this city council. And my fellow council members, you are amazing individuals. We do work very hard. We put in a lot of hours to get prepared for these meetings. And I just cannot thank you enough. I highly respect each of you and your compassion and your dedication to our residents, to our businesses, to our community. And I want to say a special thank you to Brian and to Sylvia. It has been such an honor to serve with you. I too have learned from both of you, and I have appreciated your contributions to Maplewood. I know that you're not going away, and I'm certainly not going to say goodbye because I think that, I consider both of you friends now, and I just wish you the very best. And it's bittersweet. Change can be challenging and can be difficult, but boy, we have had just an amazing time. We've shared all of this through a global pandemic, which we will always carry with us. And I can't think of a better group of people that I would ever be going through something like this with. So thank you all. I want to wish people a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, a Happy Kwanzaa, and a Happy New Year. I cannot personally wait to turn the page on a new calendar and start 21. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. I can see it, and it is looking much brighter each day. So with that, everyone, blessings in this new year. And yes, it's going to be a new year. A different year. So Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Remember, we have to
go back to our meeting.
Yes, we do. We're finishing this meeting and we will be reconvening our EDA meeting.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about
that. Connection. So
don't hang up, Sylvia.
I hope I can get in.
All right, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Good night.
Good night.